Good morning and welcome to this early access stream. First look for it's not your first look, is it? Because you guys' first look was the preview stream, really. But I guess this is your first opportunity to, in a way, play with me. I'm happy to do any run that you guys want to see. Take a look at anything that you guys want to take a closer look at, wherever it is that will help you determine whether this is worth spending £32.99 on or not. There's also a video that's gone out live on my channel, which is just a review and a full run with the 807. So you might want to check that out now. You might want to check that out after the stream. It's completely up to you. But for now, we will take a look at the timetable, take a look at the trains, and probably, unless somebody requests otherwise, start with an 807. As I did say in my review, I'm avoiding the journey mode for this one because it uses the reduced timetable, unfortunately. And I mean, in the grand scheme of things, 402 versus 470, it's not a huge difference. It is a big one, but I guess one that we could live with. But when you see all the other, I mean, look at all of that you've got on the full one. So you go, I mean, all in all, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, give or take, different trains, different pieces of stock on the full timetable compared to 4. So there is a huge difference, I think, in experience in your day-to-day running. We've got the 807, which is more or less a rebrand in a way of the 805, which is not hugely different from the 390, the Pendolino. So that is your high-speed offerings. Then you've got the 220. You've got the Welsh stock, the 153 and the 150/2. You've got the 158, which has been, honestly, like, considering there's only one there's only one main route for it, and that came out, I think, in TSW3. This has really held its own. Like, it's featured as a layer in so many different routes now. But you've got the 158 there, you've got the 323 from the Glossop line, the Northern Trains 323. You've got 4 350 subclasses. The Dash 4 is the one with the reworked sounds, and it's the one that will show its face in the journey mode, and also it's sort of joint main stock with the 807 for this one. We've also got the ROG 37, and of course the 66. So we'll get cracking with the 807, and I guess I'll wait and see if there's any requests for what to drive next. Otherwise, I think I might do a freight or a 350 run. I think a 350 run would make sense. Maybe I'll do a 350 run, then we'll do a freight run. And yeah, we'll just see where we go. I am gonna utilize the real life weather mod just because I do like the natural weather patterns that brings. And let's get cracking, man. Let's do a morning run, considering we are in the morning right now. Let's do this one. Let's do okay, I was thinking, I'm sure I've done this one before, but no, I've done one Foxtrot 2-6, and when I was just looking at is one Foxtrot 1-6. So I guess it's the same service, but I don't know. Right. 8th of June is fine. And yeah, let's get cracking. I haven't tried conductor mode at all, but I'm happy to give it a go if that's what you guys would want to see. I do have my coffee with me, of course. I'm on 6 hours sleep, which isn't too bad. But I don't know how long this stream's going to go on for. So I thought, you know, I'd rather sort myself out now instead of doing so later. Right. Make sure everything is on for our safety systems. Interestingly enough, for all the scenarios, these are all on already. The only time I think I've seen that before was it for the expert locomotives, the German expert locomotives? I'm not 100% sure. I'll turn the light off because the light's always on. We'll get the wipers on 25. Got a 390 coming in. I am using keyboard and mouse just for the, that reminds me, just for the funkiness of the speed, the cruise control. Which is more of a speed limiter. I just realized, yeah, it is actually a speed limiter. It won't like slow you down if you're in an aggressive downhill slope. Also, it really jars me how, like, you know, I like seeing circles, not, I don't know, something guns. Anyway, 115 is time to depart. 125 minus 5 minus 5. Confirm. I just press on and confirm multiple times to make sure that like it registers, because I found some weirdness with it when I was doing the scenarios. I just found it didn't behave in a way that really made sense. I'd rather just be safe. To be honest, like, you can go to notch 4 straight away. Oh, what I also need to get open for my HUD is the rail bridge stuff. So I'll have that on my iPad so that I can keep the sort of gameplay screen as clean as possible for you guys. There we go. Alright, see, that looks good. Let's get cracking. We have got 101 miles. Hello, Dan. Hello, CP. How you guys doing? Good morning. Good to see you all. We've got 101 miles to crew. In questionable weather, but that's okay. I am doing very well, thank you, CP. How are you doing, my man? Turn the audio up on my headphones a little bit. Push it to 70, that's completely fine. So the sunflower just disappeared. Obviously, you've got the green signal there. We've gone over the AWS magnet, but I didn't hear the ding. I've never noticed that before. My first time noticing that. You did. I think. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you're meant to get the ding always when you're approaching a green. So the train kind of noticed that happened, but it didn't do the sound for some reason. I wonder if we've got the funniness again where certain sounds get taken by other sounds because the announcements were playing at the same time. That was what we were meant to hear. That's good to hear, Dan. I am good, thank you, my man. I'm very good. Honestly, I'm very good. Currently studying to your final physics and chemistry exam, CP. Good luck, my man. Good luck, bro. Lock in. Don't let me distract you. Don't be, what's the words I always do? Don't procrastinate. Try with all your might to not procrastinate. That was one of the worst things I did whenever I studied. And good luck, man. You got this, bro. I believe in you, man. It will make light work of it. Have I seen or tried Diesel Railcar Simulator? Seen it, yes. Tried it, yes, for about 30 seconds. I kid you not. I got my hands on it. Tried it. Just to, like, see it with my own eyes on my PC. I drove forward a little bit. To see how the train, like, looks for a brief moment as it moves, because I've heard quite good things about it. And in those seconds, I liked what I saw, and I said, okay, I'm gonna come back to this at some point. But that was only like 2 weeks ago, but I haven't come back to it regardless. And when I'm gonna play it properly, I don't know, but I'm willing to give it a go. I'm willing to give it a go. Because it does look very promising. You go through the reviews, you go through even just like the Steam images, and you kind of get a vibe for what exactly the game is and what it sort of tries to deliver. And it seems like it does that pretty well. But yeah, I'm here to give it a proper go, like properly. Here's something I mentioned in my video. Yeah, that was a bit like odd, but this is odd to me. Whenever there's animals, yeah, bro, there's so many. There's so many. Like, I've never seen this many cows together in a field. Look, bro. Like, I know it's got nothing to do with the trains, yeah, but you do see it from the cab. And I just don't understand why they've put so many animals. Like, you find sheep, you'll find cows, and you'll see them in different places across the route. I don't know why there's so many. I don't know why there's so many. But it's I don't know. It's like I said, it's got nothing to do with the trains, but it really stands out to me. You're welcome, CP. May I ask what the hell's going on? You have 6 minutes to do 98 miles. No, that is 10:19 a.m. That is the current time, and it's 11:24 that I need to get that I'm due in to crew. So it's an hour and 6 minutes. You got my heart racing for a second. So I'm thinking, hold on a second, is that a bug that, like, in 10 hours of playtime I haven't noticed? But no, we're good. We're good. Right, back down to 115. I have a feeling, yeah, there is a way to confirm the speed limit on the controller, because I feel like I did it by accident, but I don't know how. But you don't need to confirm. You can just change the speed, and the train will follow. So I don't know whether the confirmation is only at the beginning when you initially set the speed limiter, but I found I don't need to confirm it once the train's moving and I'm changing it about. They had to fill the space with something. They would have copy pasted. Might as well be cows. No, you know what? I hear it. It would have been empty otherwise. But I would, bro. It's like I said this in my review. It's filled. Like, how much? When it comes to countryside, how much really can you do, like, to not have it feel, one, repetitive, and two, just it is gonna be empty. Like, there are parts that are gonna feel empty. That's a field. A field tends to be empty, you know, unless you've got something growing there. But to slap 150 cows or 150 sheep, and to make it worse, you've got one field of them, and then another field of them, and then another. I didn't even see that. That was my first time seeing that specific scenario. Yeah, it's odd. I don't like it. Like I said, as much as it's got nothing to do with the trains, it does stick out when you're driving, and it's something that you can see from the cab. So, minus points from me for that. Also, I'm surprised by the seeming lack of fencing. Like, obviously you've got some fencing here, but it doesn't feel like the whole line's protected. And usually in the UK, that's quite like a strict thing. Like in the US, you can just walk onto a track pretty much anywhere, it seems. But the UK is a little bit different. So that was something a bit strange. Like here to the right, like the fence just ended, so anyone can just sort of from where that fence ended just come up. Also, one thing I really don't like, one of my worst irks with this route, I don't know how else you're gonna see it on stream. Actually, you can see it. The track shadow, and there are sections where it also affects the ballast as well, and you can't ignore it, man. I can't ignore it anyway, because my default looking position is here. That's right. That's what I'm looking at when I'm just driving, if I'm not looking at anything else specifically. And this is just so obviously in my peripheral, and it's really jarring. He just woke up, Transport Legend, bro. I probably needed some more sleep, but I thought I've got so much to do. Let me just get up and do what needs to be done. I haven't done like a quarter of what I needed to do, but I'm glad to have done some things here and there. This time the cows grew. That is the farmer's yield for the season. Hey Nobil, how you doing, bro? You said a streaming schedule channel would be used. I did say that, but I also already said in the general chat yesterday that I'll be streaming today at 10. So because of that, like I had already kind of announced it. Titan Speakerman upgraded 2.0. Hello, how are you? UTSM, thank you for the sub. There you go. Hello, brother, how are you? I'm very well, thank you. Hello, brother, how are you? General chat is not an announcement channel. Yes, I know, boss, but it just so happened in conversation in the general chat that I mentioned it. Our general chat in Discord isn't one where it's moving very fast and things are missed. Like, it's there. So I don't need to spam the server with the same kind of thing. Like, I've already said it once somewhere. It's there, it hasn't gone anywhere. So I didn't feel it necessary to then also put it again in that channel. Since I've been playing Running Train and playing TSW more, I just realized how bad this game is. Graphics, performance, textures even awful. I mean, I said this about Running Train when I've been streaming it. It looks like a demo, like, you know, like when a software or a graphics engine company or even like a game dev is utilizing a new engine, and then they'll demo it and it will just look so amazing, but then you'll know by the time the product gets into your hands, it's not going to look half as good. It looks like that. Like, the whole game looks like a demo of an engine. It's very baffling, that game, because it looks as good as it does. It's 2.5 gig in like hard drive space, and yeah, it performs better than TSW. So I don't know, it's really weird, really weird. There's no stuttering. I've got the game maxed out at 4K and like with even like the lumen setting, and I only dipped to like the mid 50s twice, I think, like per run. I've got a video coming out for Running Train anyway, like a bit of a review, a bit of a, I don't know, it's an interesting one. I think it more so is a review, but in a different way probably than how I usually do my reviews. And I've gone through the effort of actually collecting like B-roll footage and stuff, which I don't really do. I did want to get it done before getting the key for this, because I knew once I got the key for this, I'm just going to dedicate so much time. And I haven't got much left to edit of it, but this did end up coming before that, so I'll probably continue working on it later this week once I've got all my scenarios for this sorted. But yeah, anything that you guys want to see, if you're thinking of buying, or something that you want to see whether there's been an improvement to it since, I don't know, Birmingham to Crewe, for example, or I don't know, if there's something you want to see, basically just let me know and I'll be happy to take a look at it for you. Without taking any requests, which I'm open to doing, but I'm just saying, if no requests come through for like services, I'm planning on doing a full 350-4 service after this, and then a freight service after that. But there's so much to choose from. Yeah, so much to choose from. Is there an option to disable that ±5 minutes stop and run and chill? I swear that's the only thing keeping me from playing it right now. I think they've extended it. Okay, Nabil's saying play in free mode. So that's a way. Did they not extend it to 10 meters? Or did I misunderstand something there? I think it's 10 or so meters now, which is a bit more forgiving. And you can feel that it's more forgiving. Still is tight, but yeah, a lot more forgiving. And aside from that, I don't think there's much more you can do about that if you're going to play in like the career mode. Well, not the career mode, but you know, the scoring mode. My 9070 XT destroyed running change, so it did, but I can't play much of this, so little to do, and I'm not sure what's going on. There have been so many morning services and 3 afternoon ones. Really? It's not even something I really took notice of. I think it will be a while before more services are added. There was an update yesterday, I think. Either yesterday or the day before. I don't remember why I added. To be fair though, a lot of these updates are just patches and fixes to things that are broken. And like minor quality of life stuff as well. Oh, okay, so it's only on free modes that you've got a 10 meter window of stopping accuracy. It's surprising how much of a difference it makes, in my opinion at least. No, you're alright, Dad. You're alright. The thing is, the developer was very intentional on the game being like a Denture de Go style, where it's all about sort of accuracy and stuff like that. And even just Japanese railways in general are all about, you know, being very much on point, whether that's punctuality wise, whether it's stopping wise. And he's done a pretty good job of it, to be fair. Another beautiful interior, by the way, when you've got the cab lights off and you've just got like the illumination from the buttons. Does it look gorgeous? In my opinion, anyway. I said this in my review, but I really like how dense the line side foliage is. I forgot to touch back on the rest of the foliage that's like a little bit further away, but it's not that great, I'll be honest. A lot of the time you get this, look how picky that looks. It doesn't look nice. It's like sparsely placed foliage assets, and it just looks like it looks like I'm playing the game at low settings. Could it be done to help with performance? Probably. There are quite a few things that I think were to help performance that do make the experience worse than it otherwise would be. Like how late everything loads in. See these like OHLE like legs. Keep an eye on them when they're in the distance. You'll see that there's like these white things that disappear when you get closer. And once you see it, you can't really unsee it. And that goes into the assets in general. They change as soon as you get to them. They change. The trees, the masts. And you don't see it too much in this kind of weather. But we'll do a sunny day run next for the 350, and you'll notice it a lot more then. On most lines, there's like 10 morning ones, 4 night ones, 1 at 10 a.m., 1 p.m., 6 p.m. I think some of them. I think that's just down to the timetable being a bit lacking, in all honesty, in running train. I've said this a few times now. I would like for all the runs to at least see like 10 more trains than we do, because I think you only see like 2 or 3 AI trains when you're doing the 40-minute services. Tunnel lighting is so bad, I thought I just saw a white dot or something in front of you. It was just the lighting and shadows. I mean, we know the lighting's not the greatest here, but I don't... A white Dostos. Certainly interesting. What I do like in that particular tunnel, because that tunnel has 2 really big chimneys, and like you can actually see the light coming down from the chimneys onto the ground. It's a really nice touch. Aside from the eye adaptation, which I'm not a big fan of, the tunnel lighting hasn't stood out to me as terrible. When you're driving, it feels like there's more AI trains than actual runs we can do. I think that's the case. I think that's the case here. The thing is, all of the AI trains, the only AI train that I've seen that you can't choose, well, it's the same train but 2 companies, is the West Midlands Railway and Cross Country 170s or 171s. I've got the exact designation, or the exact class, sorry. But apart from that, everything else you can see you can run. I haven't seen, but you can drive. I haven't seen the 158s. I think I've seen everything else but the 158s. Well, the thing we've been seeing the most, and what you are going to see the most of while you drive, is the 390. The 390, you're going to see a lot of 350s, both of which you can do a lot of services on. And I don't know whether they're other 807s or whether 805s. I can't really tell the difference, in all honesty, between the two. They look exactly the same. There's going to be probably minor differences, but to me they just both look the same. So I've seen a few of those as well. I've seen a Voyager, I think, twice. I've seen a 37 at is it rugby, but not like moving, like it's just parked. Seen a fair few 66 formations, obviously. Hello, Carter. How you doing? Yeah, I finally remembered. You noticed. You know what it is? I even did. So earlier, I was when I was editing, it came to my mind, and I said, no, I need to do it now, because if I do what I usually do and say, yo, yeah, before I start streaming later, I need to change it, and then forgetting, I said, no, let me do it right now. Turned on my streaming PC, went on OBS, changed it to 60, and then turned off the PC. That's the only way I'm actually going to get it done. But yeah, I'm glad I did. How are you, though? How are you doing? Good to see you, man. Hope you had a good weekend. It's going to take a lot for me to get TSW 7 this year, unless you're on UE5 with a better lighting and no stuttering. I don't know why. I understand why people are talking about UE5, but it's not realistic to be talking about UE5 for TSW. At least not for TSW 7. Because I don't foresee Dovetail putting in the effort to updating every single route and every single train for Unreal Engine. It's just not going to happen. It's not realistic. As long as this train sim world is going to be on 4.26. If they do move to UE5, as we almost saw with Metro Rivals, it will be for another title. And also, a better engine doesn't automatically mean a better experience either. There needs to be skilled developers for a particular engine. I've been saying this since like TSW3, but I truly believe UE 4.26 has so much more to deliver, so much more to give than what we're seeing in TSW. And even like the issues with stuttering and stuff like blurry textures and whatnot. I believe if Dovetail were to bring in some Unreal Engine like geeks, for like a month, just on like a temporary contract for a month or two, just to clean up the game, I feel like that would yield incredible results. Roblox looks better. I mean, performs better, definitely. Looks better, I guess, is subjective. To be fair, like something like British Railways doesn't actually look terrible. But you are still on Roblox. I think that's my first time seeing a 323 in a while. I've seen it fly through one of the stations. Maybe Rugby if they go through there. Or was it Crew? I don't remember. I think it was Rugby. It wasn't Crew. Is the game a little bit too loud? Yeah, no, absolutely not, Carter. Absolutely not. I'm not even confident in... It's no secret that, there were some, some... I don't think they were layoffs, but, there were some... There was some leaving of, employees. I think there's discussion about it on the forums around when Metro Rivals was cancelled. And I don't know if the Unreal Engine 5 knowledge that was learned creating Metro Rivals left with those people, or if there's still some knowledge of UE5 in-house. So that's like another thing as well. Perhaps there's just not enough know-how of Unreal Engine 5 at Dovetail to even start to plan a UE5 successor to Train Sim World. Will be like God mode if it happens mid the mainland one week and next week. Unless it just like I've got 3 weeks later, so it's gonna press like a lot. If what happens, sorry, Transport Legend. As in, like, the updating of the DLCs to UE5. Never say never, Nabil. Never say never. It's true. There could be an announcement tomorrow. Maybe the mystery stream was to to reveal a new train sim made in UE5. Who knows? You know, never say never. Indeed, nothing's impossible, but it's just very, 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 very unlikely. It's not too loud, Carter. Thank you. The levels looked a bit close to my voice, but I think we're okay. I think we're good. I think the fact that this train's sort of sounds are quite low in a way, like, even though it's loud, but because the train's not doing too much. If I was driving like the diesel train in running train, the high speed one, then you definitely wouldn't be able to hear me. New Roblox game, TrackNet, is honestly decent. TrackNet, I haven't heard of that one yet. Have you got any like pictures or videos you can post on the Discord of it? I'm assuming it's train based. TSW16 for performance with a standard downscale CV3. No, I'm happy to stick to 4.26. Just because of the headache it would be moving to another one. How much time it would consume. I'm sure it would be a burden on third-party developers as well. Running train is funky because I'm chilling at 120 kilometers an hour and I get like 400 meters of notice to get down to 75. Then I get in trouble for speeding. Yeah. I don't really focus. I mean, you might tell from previous performances on here, passenger comfort isn't my priority. So I have no problem going into like full braking to get down to the speed I need to get down to. And it works. I found it to be quite successful. Put some links in the Discord. Yeah, please do. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. I don't think it's raining anymore. Let's turn the wipers off. I'm not gonna lie, this is the exact weather we've got right now. And I think this is the 2025 timetable. So early June just seems to be a great day for the UK as an annual experience. I do like this livery, you know. There was an interesting discussion on the forums that I saw recently about the color accuracy of the trains compared to the real livery. And I think the sort of conclusion was it just depends on the lighting. What color the train looks like, even in reality. If anyone's watching any other, I don't know who else is streaming right now, like who out of the other ambassadors are streaming. But if there is someone streaming the console version of the game, I'm very curious to find out how that's doing, because I did share my concerns about that in my review. Thank you, Transport. Footage is better than most routes in TSW even. I mean, I'm sure the sort of the assets themselves are a lot lighter, let's say, than what Unreal Engine offers. Oh, it's a Dutch one. You know what? Solid foliage indeed. Okay. It does look good. It does look good. These games never have like AI trains, do they? Like all the trains are the trains that people are driving. When I first played British Railways, that was my first sort of slap in the face as like a wake-up call to Roblox actually not being the game I once thought it was, or to be honest, not being the game that it did used to be. I never actually played Roblox myself prior to like recent years, but I do know what it used to look like and what it was. And it's just completely different, man. It's really cool that it's a platform to let people just showcase their skills and talents and gifts, and it allows people to earn from that as well. So it's almost like you're being a game developer, but you don't need to worry about setting up a studio and just all the headaches that come with having like a real business, let's say, or a real company. I really don't know why business is pronounced business. Or if it's pronounced business, why is it spelled buzziness? Just random thoughts. I do like the fact that these little things turn. I don't know whether they turn based on how windy it is, because I've seen them turn faster. So it does seem... So it does seem like they could be tied to wind speed. In which case, I think that's actually very cool. Going past the HS2 site. I don't know how fast they've got trains planned to go for HS2. Simulgraph, the legendary Simulgraph. It'll be a good day when modders crack how to modify that. Oh, these markers are just horrible, aren't they? Horrible, horrible, horrible. Not in service. Not in service. Oh, yikes. I'm really hoping they don't just have trains there for scenery purposes. Because what do you mean not in service? I would hope that everything I'm seeing is following its own timetable. I don't know, Dan. I don't know. If it's truly just based on wind, then you would think so. I can see popping, like heavy popping. Like where my mouse is. No, hold on. Where my mouse is, things are popping in. It's really noticeable with these little white flowers. Again, if it's down to performance, to like help with performance and blurry textures and stuff for consoles, I get why it's been done like that. But it is jarring. I think at some point it would be cool to do a stream going up the whole West Coast main line. Like the whole section that we've got in the game once Just Trains release their part. Which hopefully, especially now that we've got the manual for that route, shouldn't be too far away. The scary thing is, Nabil, I wonder how often that happens elsewhere, like regarding, you know, other players in that market. if I do the like full West Coast mainland trip on a stream, I don't know if I would leave it default and do the different eras, or whether I'd use timetable mods, because there's already a modern day timetable mod for Preston to Carlisle. Also, I wasn't too clued up on the whole situation, but wasn't there an issue because All Aboard removed the rail tours for this route apparently? But I've seen like 3 different ones during the scenarios. I don't know if that's because they're scenarios. That could be the reason. But they are there. I do find it interesting that in some parts you'll have like these 2 lines, so the one that we're on and the one on the right be the high speed up and down. Sometimes it will be the 2 middle tracks that are the high speed lines. I think the cross-country livery is one of my favourites of all time. But I am a sucker for like burgundy. I appreciate that it's not completely silent in the cab. I don't know how much you would be able to hear inside. And so I don't know if it would be like silent and they just added like a bit of traction sound. Either way, I think it sounds good. Hello, Siafi, how you doing? Good to see you. I wish there was I was going to say an easier way, but realistically, I just wish there was a way to see like the busiest times for the line. Like maybe, for example, when you're selecting the services on the little track map, there could be green, orange, and red zones. Green, pretty quiet. Orange, little busy. Red, very busy. Sort of then you will know sort of what level of like how much AI traffic you'll be expecting to see. How nice would it be if all of the DLCs got manuals? It did used to be something that used to happen. Do excuse me. Els, how are you? You seem confused about your greeting. Who's this? You tell me, boss. That's a very good question. Who is this? That's a deep question. There's many layers to that one. Yeah, yeah. You can always message me, my bro. This might be a little bit risky. But I do want to have a little live about over here. Let's see what's what. DRS 66, wagons. Okay, I mean, not a huge amount. No, not full timer. I'm picking up overtime, but it doesn't equate to. Oh, you know what? Actually, it might do on some weeks. On some weeks, it could equate to full-time hours. I never even like really thought of it that way. I do like the way this sounds. Disappointingly empty. These have always been empty. I don't know if they like fill up at night. I'll tell you one thing about night actually. I haven't done a night run at all. None of the scenarios takes place at night. None of the runs that I did happen to be at night. Els, man. We waited until now, eh? That's a legendary timing, man. But I hear it. I hear it. I'll bear it in mind. I was literally just thinking about that myself. Oh, got some sun behind the clouds coming into crew. Now you're really going to see the pop in.
We are now approaching. Crew, please mind the gap when leaving the train and step onto the platform before removing heavy luggage and pushchairs.
I'm really hoping we're not going to have to sit here for the next 4 minutes. It's a downside to not having the God mode mod. Talking of mods, I don't think I'm going to have any mods moving forward, apart from the like weather stuff. Like even God mode I'm debating. But I don't think I'm going to be playing enough that it'll be worth it. I mean, yeah, I say that now, but now is a very different time. Now is a completely new time compared to how it's been up until this point. Nice. No waiting to be done. I do want to drive the Pendolino, I think, at some point as well. What was that for? Wombat, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on board. Right. Unless someone has a specific request for a train they want to see, I'll be taking the 350 for a spin. We'll do a full run with that. Because I'm not going to be playing as much on the bill. It's going to be a lot of work keeping up. It's going to be like the Euro Truck situation where I'd barely play, and then it got to a point where it just wasn't worth like constantly like, you know, updating. No worries at all. Wombat, thank you for the follow. Most of these are 139, 136, 137, 140. This one's 142. Oh, is it the one that stops at... No, this isn't that one. There's like one service that stops at, is it Polesworth? A day or something. Let's do it. It might mean that we have... might mean that we have some yellow light action. Right, everything on. Let's get the ventilation going.
DPWS and AWS operational.
Instruments plus this. Daylight. Interior lighting on. I realized there's a folder in my documents. There's a folder for loading screens. And so I realized you can just put your own like loading screen in the game and remove the ones that you don't like. Oh, this is a long boy. Oh my god.
Please familiarize yourself with the safety
12 cars.
notices displayed throughout the train.
This is British Transport Police. If you notice something out of the ordinary,
Mark, I
speak to
just
a
did the
member of
807,
staff
mate,
or
yeah.
Text us on 61016 and we'll get it sorted. That's 61016. See it, say it, sorted.
I do find myself missing the speed set in here. Got low speed for, I guess, coupling or going through a train wash. You literally just missed it, Mark. Like, this is right at the beginning of the 350 service that we're doing straight after. Hey Dragon, how you doing? Is Trent value good? I think it is. It's good with the full timetable. I said in my review, the £32.99 is worth considering if you're going to play on the full timetable. If your only option for a good experience is the reduced timetable, £32.99 is way too much. So if we're able to have the full experience, I think it is good. Yeah. Busy timetable. And I say busy timetable. It's fairly busy, to be fair. Plenty of trains around. 7 scenarios. You know, of course, people are gonna say the 807 is the same as the 805, which is the same as whatever else. And yes, they are similar. And if you're not somebody who appreciates, you know, the subtle differences or different subclasses, then you might not see as much value. And so ultimately, I think it's going to be subjective, whether you think it's good or not, whether you think it's good value or not. But I think the route is good. £32.99 good. £32.99 is a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Like I said, I think it's worth considering at £32.99. If it was to go on sale for, say, £25, and again, you're able to have the full experience, that's when I would say, you know, I think it would be a good purchase decision. This shouldn't be here. That's a bug. Is it a bug? I mean, it's a misplaced asset, right? I don't know if you'd call it a bug or not. It's a misplaced asset. I'm on PC and I gave up on PS5. Try not to buy Delta twice on PC. 108 miles plus. 30 quid would have been better. Yeah, at that point, adding an extra few quid when you £30 itself is quite a bit of money, you know. At that point, adding a few quid which doesn't make a huge difference. To be honest, there used to be a time when there would be a 10%, like, was it a pre-sale or was it if you? There used to be something that gave you a 10% discount basically on Steam, and unfortunately, I don't think it's been a thing since TSW4. So that would have allowed you to get it for £30 or around thereabouts. Anyway, was it a pre-order? Might have been a pre-order then. Yeah, I'll always say for Train Sim World specifically, PC is the best way to go, as long as you have a capable PC, because PC doesn't automatically mean you can play full timetables with the game maxed out at 8K resolution. You know, you still do need a capable PC, but if you do have a capable PC, then it's a no-brainer. Because not only are you able to experience the game without the text, without blurry textures, and without being forced to play reduced timetables, you then have access to the mods as well, which just enhance the gameplay so much, so much. For a long time, I couldn't play without mods. I just wouldn't play without mods. And even up until recently, I had between 300 and 400, closer to 400. I still have them in a folder to to prove it. But yeah, thing is, you're not like automatically safe, because if you were to do the journey mode on here, for example, I usually play the journey mode on DLCs. That's usually my way of, like, it's almost like a career mode for me in a way. It's like the closest I can get to a career mode. And the journey mode on this route uses the reduced timetable, and it's just like, okay, why am I going to waste my time on that? Why am I going to force myself to have a worse experience of the route when I could have the full timetable? So it's a deep shame, in my opinion, that you can't choose which timetable you do the journey mode stuff on. You know, I did go for a neutral section. That's where I've lost power. It's the route that I've travelled on. I've travelled many times with work in the past, so I'm definitely going to buy it. Yeah, that makes complete sense. The routes that I was very... the routes that were close to me that have released for the game, yeah, I wasted no time getting my hands on them. It's definitely a different experience when when you're driving something in the game that you know so well in reality. I'm really hoping consoles are gonna have a smooth experience, man. They deserve a break. You like the journey mode normally. You'll be disappointed with this one. Not that there's anything specifically wrong with the journey mode, like somehow itself. It's just the fact that it uses the reduced timetable, and there's no way for you to choose to use the full timetable. And if you're more stubborn than me when it comes to journey mode, then I'll understand if, you know, you'll go for the journey mode regardless. But I think the reality is it just doesn't make much sense to do it if, again, you have a system capable of running the full fat timetable. If you're considering buying this route and you're still uncertain whether it's worth it for you, you may want to check out my review on YouTube. That's come out an hour or so ago, where you've got a full 807 run as a bonus there as well. There is a line in the engine INI you can add to quicken the eye adaptation. I saw it once, someone spoke about it a couple months back on the forums, and I made the mistake of not saving it, and I just can never find it again. I hope the extended time for this route, this run in particular, isn't just due to extra dwelling times. That would suck. I also do find it somewhat extraordinary that this box can go as fast as it can. I think I was driving it on a scenario and I was thinking to myself, what if this was actually like streamlined? Like how much faster could it accelerate and go if it was actually shaped for that purpose? You have to keep an eye on your power going past neutral sections in the 350 because the power will cut out and you'll need to go back to idle and then apply power again. In the 807 it just does it all automatically, you don't have to do anything. But yeah, I'm actually quite happy about not having mods installed anymore during like these kind of streams, so I can actually give you the full, like every single thing you see is what you're gonna get. I think it just makes more sense overall. What are you mean about Mr. Els? I really don't like the picky grass. I almost wonder if I'd just prefer no 3D like foliage assets. If I have to choose between that and that. For some reason, Notch 1 has two, I said this in my review, Notch 1 has two like settings within it. One that does nothing and one that does something. I don't really know why. But it does make it a bit funky to drive. You have to constantly remind yourself of it. Also, with regards to like the NPCs and like hearing them and stuff, there was a scenario that I think it's a scenario, either a scenario or just a normal run that I did, and there was one that just wouldn't bloody stop sneezing, like as if he was standing right by the door to the cab. Every time I'm stopped at a station, within every like 15 seconds, there's a sneeze. I was thinking, okay, maybe this was like a bug. But I guess that's just how they've done the audio for the passengers, because you're not often, or because I'm not often in the coaches. Maybe it's just something I didn't really take notice of. Talking about being in the coaches, I need to record a passenger experience for this. I completely forgot about that. Oh boy. I'll get to that at some point. Yeah, it is concerning, Els. It is concerning because there were some strong rumors some weeks ago that basically the week that those rumors came out, it was supposed to go on pre-order the following Monday. And it seemed pretty legit, like the sources for that information did seem pretty legit. And then there was just nothing. And since then it's been like 3-4 weeks of just complete silence. So who knows, man. Either they saw that information get out too early and so intentionally held it back, or yeah, they're considering pushing it back and delaying it further. Because I did say once all the rumors came out, I said, okay, if pre-orders do come out on Monday, then this has to be the final date. Because all now, this is the closest that we've ever been to the release date. Because I believe the last time it was delayed, there was like 221 days, if I'm not mistaken, left until that date. So I guess anything can happen. You don't know how bother, bro. It's GTA 6. And I am willing to get my hands on a PlayStation 5 if it doesn't release on PC off the bat. So sort of I need to keep an eye on it so that I can, you know, make a decision in good time. Coming up this little section that we've just gone past almost just looks like an alleyway. And when you come here at like 100 miles an hour in an 807, it doesn't really fill you with confidence. Rockstar got to be the only organization that can withhold such information. Yeah, oh bro, the guy that leaked the gameplay like some time ago, isn't he in like a mental institution? I think he was forced to plead insanity or something. I don't know, there was something there, some weirdness, but they came down hard on him anyway. What's so annoying, yeah? So, when I would stop with the 807 and stop at a station, load up passengers, I would usually start the door closing procedure before it tells me to lock the doors. And I had no issue with that. And then I was reading on the forums, people complaining about it having the same thing in Birmingham to Crew, where if you close the doors before it tells you to, you'll need to open the doors and then close them again. Like, you need to do it after it tells you. And I was like, oh, that's not happening to me. Since I saw that post, it's been happening in the game. Oh, it happened in one scenario, and then I didn't chance it afterwards. I mean, it won't release on PC. It will absolutely release on PC. And you know what? If it doesn't, I'll have a PS5 to enjoy it on. So either way. Because if I get it on PC, I'm playing it with the PS5 controller anyway. So I'm still going to enjoy it the same way. Maybe not in the same graphics I would, or the frame rate, but nonetheless, I'd still be playing it. Nah, Els, Nabil, what was the numbers again for how much money Rockstar have made on consoles as opposed to PC? It's like a ridiculous number. Rockstar, trust me, there's no profit for Rockstar. I mean, there is, but as in compared to consoles, there's no profit for Rockstar on PC. Like the statistics are ridiculous.
Please familiarize yourself with the safety notices displayed throughout the train.
5090 required to run GTA 6.
This is British Transport Police.
I guess if it doesn't end up releasing on PC
To a member of staff or
initially,
on 6
then the money that I would have put towards the PS5, I could put towards a 5090.
6. See it. Say it.
Because it's probably going to have high requirements. It will be well optimized, as GTA 5 was. I mean, that was a 2013 title after all, I guess. But to like fully maximize, to get everything out of it, yeah, I think you're going to need a ridiculous system. PS5 controller on PC is Roblox Aura. That's straight waffle. Only 3% of GTA Online revenue comes from PC. Yeah, that is just, that's insane. ASR! Go prepare for your exams, bro. That's it. You've made it here. The streak continues. Go prepare, man. I didn't think about you and I thought, damn, that's such a crazy streak to break. And here you are. Platform weekly active users share of total PlayStation 5, 3.4 million. PlayStation 4, 1.8 million. Xbox X and S, 1.1. Xbox One, 1 million. And PC's there's less than 1 million active users on a weekly basis on PC. 11%. So here's the thing though. That's for GTA. That's for an older GTA title, you know. For a brand new game, that's gonna be different. I feel like on PC, with all the PC exclusive games, you've got so many other options. And I wonder if they count 5M as weekly players. Probably not. I don't think they would. If they do, I think that would be a bit cheeky. Els, I told you, bro. I said when I was driving around, I told you. I said, let me know where you were. I'll come and drop you that $5. You didn't want to. That's your own loss. I haven't got anything to do with that. Platform average weekly spend. Xbox $1.65. PS5 $1.29. PC 30 cents. That puts it in such a crazy perspective. So basically, Rockstar 1, going off these numbers, won't really make much from GTA 6 post the actual initial sale of the game, and will have PC modders make an absolute mockery of their games with their mods. So not releasing on PC is a win-win. What if they come out and just say, like, yeah, GTA 6 will never release on PC. There are no plans to release 6 for PC. Once again, I'll keep reminding you guys, if there's anything that you want to see of this route in particular, just let me know. I'm happy to show it to you, and hopefully it will help you in terms of deciding whether this is worth your hard-earned money or not. Can you see a TLDR of the review of this route? Well, in the review, I had slightly more negative points than positive points, but a lot of those were scenario based. In general, my sort of ultimate conclusion would be this is worth considering buying at £32.99 if you're going to have the full experience. So if you're going to be using the full timetable and won't be suffering from blurry textures and poor performance. If you're in a Xbox Series S, for example, and your only real option to enjoy the game will be using the reduced timetable, then £32.99, and the limited availability of stock is way too high of a price to pay. Because if £32.99 is the cost of the full timetable and all the trains that come with it, then if you can only do the reduced timetable, you shouldn't be paying more than half, in my opinion. Maybe a little bit more, I don't know, but you're getting so much less for your money. Ultimately, I really like how dense the foliage is on the Lion side. I like the sounds. 7 scenarios is plenty, and they're actually quite decent scenarios in all honesty. Replayability value with the 807 and the 350s, I don't know how much you're gonna get, but there's so much like other trains to drive that you can have tons of fun on this route without only driving the 807 or the 350-4. So yeah, I think mostly positive, fairly mixed, but yeah, mostly positive. But that's if you're going to use the full timetable. That's one thing I'll keep on. That's one drum I'll keep on banging. The review isn't an hour, so the review is about 20 minutes long, and then the rest of the run is the rest of the time. But I'm only talking not even 20 minutes. It's like 15, somewhere between 15 and 20 minutes is me talking. And if you had watched 10 seconds of that video, you would know, because I say it. Do they eat nuns in Nuneaton? Okay, it's time for you to go and revise for your exams now, ASR. Adios. Fortunately, I've decided last November that nothing TSW is ever worth it for me again, just here for the stream. Appreciate you. DTG starts a new IP against and Alex. The likes. I'll try. That's completely fair. That's completely fair. That's the great thing about free will. You don't have to buy everything. I think a lot of people struggle to understand that sometimes. You don't have to buy anything, as a matter of fact. As a matter of fact, you don't have to play the game. I get a feeling there's a lot of people who really hate the game, really hate everything that comes out for it, but continue to play it. I understand if you're someone who's got a lot of like negative opinions, but you also have a healthy amount of reasons for why you play the game. But there are people who do come across as just like, I just don't like this. Hello, Mr. YouTube, you as well. How are you? Did you mention the OHLE being perfectly straight in straight track sections? I have not mentioned that, no, because I'm not like an OHLE connoisseur. To me, it looks fine. I think there's like a missing section that someone found on the preview stream. I haven't seen that myself, but obviously that's a problem. But aside from that, I haven't really... and the pop-in issue that I mentioned earlier. But apart from that, I haven't really... nothing stuck out to me as terrible with regards to it. Oh, hello. I do wish the controller in here was a little bit smoother.
We are now approaching
It's quite aggressive.
Nuneaton. Please mind the gap when leaving the train and step onto the platform before removing heavy luggage and pushchairs.
Oh, actually, it's meant to be zigzagging. If the pantograph will suffer. Interesting. No, the only time you'll see any kinks in it is when there's like a a curve or a turn. Does it zigzag in Simrel? I know Simrel takes the OHLE pretty seriously. I don't think I've noticed it zigzagging on Simrel. But then I also haven't played that for months, so not exactly in the best place to use it as a comparison.
This is Nuneaton. Welcome aboard this London Northwestern Railway service to Crewe.
It's very
The
interesting
next
to me that the
stop will
announcement
be
says London
Atherstone.
Northwestern Railway, whereby apparently TSW doesn't have the license for that. Or is it that they can say it in the announcements because the announcements are AI? Or is it that they can use it, but they just can't use the actual livery? That's a weird one. Go just have a new Irish song in my head, so it's on repeat. I'm sure by the time it gets to Friday, you're going to be sick of it. Dan, it doesn't simmer on in every TSW route apart from this one, as far as I know. Okay, interesting. It's not something I've ever noticed. What's the difference between the 807 and 805? None that I can see, Dragon. I'll be honest. I don't know what the difference is in the real thing. Like, it's gonna be a subtle difference. But nothing obvious. On the outside, they look the same to me. On the inside, they look the same to me. They drive the same to me. Like, the only difference is the 807 in the game actually features the speed limiter. But then the 805 in reality also does it. It just doesn't do it in the game. I'm going to turn my fan on because it's getting quite warm.
Welcome aboard this London Northwestern Railway service to Crewe. We'll be calling at Atherstone, Tamworth, Lichfield, Trent Valley, Rugeley, Trent Valley, Stafford and Crewe. Please familiarise yourself with the safety notices displayed throughout the train.
This is British Transport Police. If you notice something out of the ordinary,
I'll mention it again. I do think they've done
or text us on 6
quite well with the sounds.
and we'll get it sorted. That's 61016.
Because there could have been a really, really, really boring soundscape.
Sorted.
Imagine how incredible the West Coast Mainline South timetable would have been if everything that's come for the West Coast Mainline that could also be seen on that end was part of the initial timetable, and then maybe they could have made a separate timetable for, you know, anyone that's concerned about performance. Right screen speed set 807, nice feature to have. It is a nice feature to have, and the 805 should have had it as well. Apparently, all aboard didn't have time to add it in, which is an excuse, a reason I'm not really a fan of, because who's rushing you, you know? Like, take your time, make sure you do it right, make sure you do it properly. But yeah, apparently there wasn't enough time. And why it hasn't been added, I also don't know. Nice little overtake. But yeah, it's weird. I haven't been able to actually figure out how it works. I just like click confirm and okay multiple times. That seems to do it. Because I tried to do it in a way that made sense to me initially, and it didn't work. So now I just basically spam it initially, when I'm first setting up the train, and then for the rest of the journey, I just use my keyboard to change it. And you could do the same on a controller as well. I'll be lying if I said I noticed how close we were to Nuneaton.
We are now approaching Atherstone.
I'm very thankful for the speed limit reductions.
And step onto
Otherwise, that would have been a bit embarrassing.
removing heavy luggage and pushchairs.
There's no SDO on this train, is there? I guess we're about to find out. Is there... No. Doesn't look like it. How would this work in reality? Or is SDO automatic? Anyway, let's see what happens in game. Is it this one?
This
ASDO.
is Atherstone. Welcome aboard this London North Western Railway service to Crewe. The next stop will be
Tamworth, Lichfield, Trent Valley, Rugeley, Trent Valley. 2 will be the 13th.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, nice. Only the first 4 coaches opened their doors. Very, very cool. I like that. I don't know whether that was because I pressed the button or whether that would have happened anyway, but I'm always very, very happy to see SDO in operation in the game. I was very disappointed by it not being implemented in Medway Valley because of, you know, with how good that route is and the level of detail that's been included. You would expect it. Class 90 and 70 on this route would be cool. They would be. I believe they've made, from what I've heard, not from Audible directly. Can you see how the ballast like disappears as we get closer to it? I hate that. I have heard that they've made room in the timetable for the 70, but not the 90. So I'm expecting to see the 70 implemented straight away once it releases. It's a song about how there's so many pubs in England called Crown, or to do with the Crown, but when an Irishman is over.
Transport police. If you notice something out of the ordinary,
Right.
speak to a member of staff or text us on 61016 and we'll get it sorted.
It's giving me Irish vibes for sure.
See it, say it, sorted.
Not until we go home. Right. One button on the 390 is more simple. On off. Does it work in the 390? I don't remember. I feel like I remember driving the 390 manually, but that was when it first released, when TSW5 first released. So I don't know if it is in the train, if it came later on. I also do prefer like an actual cruise control as opposed to a simple speed limit, just for the sake of convenience. On this route, the speed limiter does kind of feel like a cruise control because there's not that many like downhill gradients. The minute it stops putting on power, the train will start slowing down. Another overtake. I was just thinking, I wonder how many overtakes we're gonna get during this journey. I really do appreciate how many different trains there are. Could be an 807 that overtakes you, could be a Pendolino that overtakes you, could be an 805. Not that you'll really notice a difference between the 807 and 805. The video was cool too. They basically went over and sat in the pubs with no drinks. Right. So they're complaining about the pubs not quenching their thirst, but they're not actually drinking at the pubs. I don't think the fact that the pubs are English are the problem. Not as forward as the other Irish songs about English things. Is there like an obsession that Irish songs have with like the English, or does that just happen to be part of the culture? 390 speed set works next to the power handle. Okay, nice. If we do a run after the 66, I think it would be with that. I'm not 100% sure yet. There's so many like different services to choose from, man. But I don't really want to do a service that's only going to be 5 or 10 minutes. Like, I don't know, with like the 153, the 158, the 150. I don't actually know how long those runs are. Oh no, I know, Dan, I know. But it's 2026. Like, if these songs are still being made, like, today, at some point, just accept it is what it is, you know? It's happened. It's not happening anymore. If he's talking to a pub called George V. I mean, you're within your right.
We are now approaching Tamworth. Please mind the gap when leaving the train and step onto the platform before removing heavy luggage and pushchairs.
I guess it's similar in a way to the conversation we're having with Dan on sometime last week about not buying anything Russian related or Russian branded. I think it may be cool to do some train spotting at some point. I just don't know where would be a good enough place to do so.
This is Tamworth. Welcome aboard this London North Western Railway service to Crewe. The next stop will be Lichfield, Trent Valley.
I mean, I guess from Lichfield, Trent Valley, we can just open up Birmingham commuter and go from there.
Welcome aboard this London North Western Railway.
I didn't expect join to track, to be honest.
This is British Transport.
Now we're really going to get to stretch the legs of this unit.
Speak to a member of staff or text us on 61016 and we'll get it sorted. That's 61016. See it, say it, sorted.
This is PC and this is the full timetable, Dragon. On the reduced timetable, you're not gonna see that many layers and services, and you're also not gonna see that variety of trains as well. You'll see that a lot of services that would be used by different subclasses will all be done by one train. Oh, Nabil, I don't know, man. I really don't know. Yesterday I was very close to saying a confident yes and adding it to what I was saying. I don't know, man. I think I will. How often am I going to play it though? You know, what's the replayability value going to be? I don't know. Depends how many missions there are in the game and stuff like that. It will take a while, I think, before mods make their appearance. I think it would definitely have issues on launch. And they know it, hence why it's being released as early access. They've given their reasons for its early access, but I think that's just an excuse. No worries, Dan. I said, you're within your right to partake or not partake in, whatever it is that you want. And then I said that we had a similar conversation with Dan, the other Dan, last week as well. I don't read what they say no more, just copy paste it. Yeah, I see that so often, man. I see that so often. And what annoys me about it as well, I know, you can use AI as a tool in a business environment, in a professional environment. That's not a problem. But for me, it's like, how often do you guys release articles? Not that often that you'll need to use AI for it. Let it be you. Let us feel that there's some heart and soul in what's being written. So that, as players, we can feel some sort of connection. Because the way I see city car driving now is very different to how I used to see it, and city car driving one days. The communication there was very real
We are now
at that time.
Litchfield, Trent Valley. Please mind the gap when leaving the train and step onto the platform before removing heavy luggage and pushchairs.
I didn't say you were bad at all, Dan. In a train sim in 2026, I really shouldn't be excited about SDO, but here we are.
The next stop will be Rugeley Trent Valley.
It's mainly that annoying Discord model as function is. Professional rage bait. Wait, which one? Because there's been so many different ones on so many different servers. What has this one said? You're gonna have to remind me. No, I know it's that you can't drive, but as in what has this one said? Or like, give me an example of something that's been said. Are you referring to the last one that didn't really read what you said, and then when you corrected them, acted like they had known or something like that? They was being a bit weird. It honestly does come off as rage baiting so often.
Please familiarize yourself with the safety notices displayed throughout the train.
Also, if you guys want to see the like a run done in particular conditions, like in heavy rain or you know, something tasking, for example, I don't know, just let me know as well.
Transport Police. If you notice something out of the ordinary, speak to a member of staff or text us on
Yeah,
1016
just waffle, man, just pure waffle.
That's 1016.
It seems like people don't really know how to just be wrong and accept that they're wrong nowadays. They'll keep fighting the same point. I don't know whether it's like immaturity. I don't know whether it's... I don't know, man. It's a different time. That one thing I keep telling my kids, when you're wrong, just accept it. You know? If there's something to apologize for, apologize. There's no need to like lie or just talk, like waffle, just talk rubbish, nonsense for the sake of trying to prove something that's not there. Such a silly trait. No, but that's the thing, they can't. They have to defend themselves. They have to win. They have to win. And it's weird because it's not even like you'll expect that from like kids on Discord, right? But like I've encountered that with adults at work in real life. There was one particular one that stood out on my last shifts before my last annual leave. Oh my lord. The guy made so many errors of his own doing and was just blaming everyone but himself. And he wanted to have the last word. No matter how wrong he was, he wanted to have the last word, and he'd be upset if you said something after him. Just being the biggest crybaby. We don't hate the English people, or mostly it's more the establishment and government. What is the current establishment or government done that's been like unfavourable to the Irish people? Same guy on the TSC Discord, they get fighting, but we don't need speed limits, and I was earlier. You just need to learn the route. Yeah. Bro is offended on behalf of Japan. Guarantee he's not Japanese. I guarantee he's not Japanese. People want to play victims, so they want to be victims so bad. Like how on earth is asking if the stopping distance can be like extended, disrespecting real drivers and the Japanese railways? What? I think maybe it's a case of people just never like never having boundaries. Maybe like, you know, like really super gentle parenting where they can just do whatever they want, say whatever they want. and they were just fooled into thinking every decision they've made is right, and everything they've ever said or thought is right. And so the concept of being wrong, it doesn't make sense to them.
We are now approaching Rugeley Trent Valley. Please mind the gap when leaving the train and step onto the platform before removing heavy luggage and pushchairs.
That's crazy, bro. Shout out to you for having like that heart to do that. But the fact that you needed to do that is wild. I came in here way too fast. Right, I'm not going to press that button now. I'm just going to open the doors. And let's see if SDO will be in operation.
This is Rugeley Trent Valley. Welcome aboard this
Service to crew.
Something's
Calling
coming.
at Stafford and crew. The train at platform 2 is passengers intending to travel on the service, please join the train now.
Okay.
Platform 2 for the
So you don't need to press that button. I don't know why these doors didn't
London
open.
Northwestern Railway service.
But yeah, SDO is automatically in operation. Very, very nice. Very cool. I very much appreciate that.
Please also note that in the interests of safety, cycling, skateboarding, and rollerblading are not permitted anywhere on the station.
Welcome aboard this London Northwestern Railway service.
So I know that people
2.
probably weren't aware of it. It's
We'll
also
be
not entered
calling
the
at
electronic passenger
Stafford
information
and
systems.
Crewe.
That's poor, man. Well, like, what's even the point in those systems if you're not going to include information like that, you know?
Please familiarize yourself with the safety notices displayed throughout the train.
This is British Transport Police. If you notice something out of the ordinary, speak to a member of staff or text us. on
Also, I guess it's worth
6
saying,
1016.
or worth knowing for like a side piece of information,
1016.
the size of this DLC. My reinstall of the game has messed things up. Where is it? There we go. 13.7 gig. So quite a hefty one. it is technically possible. Other transport associations, cities, and managers do it, but here it doesn't happen. I know. I know it's possible. Absolutely. Or even if it wasn't, it should be possible. It's just the company not putting in enough effort. Not 20 gigabytes. Yeah, we're not there just yet. We're not there just yet. To be fair, for 108 miles, compared to other DLCs, I think that's pretty good. I'm assuming we're behind. Would it be a 66? When we get to Stafford, if we're still behind it at Stafford, I'll have a check on the track map. See what exactly is holding us up. Thinking it's a 66, because it does seem like we're getting closer to it. Or it might not be. Send an image of the replacement of the Why did you put the DB logo at the bottom? Does that not count as copyright? Other than that, good stuff. It looks like fairly well written, although I can't obviously understand it. If you can laminate them, that would be better, so that they're weather resistant. Because if it's just paper, the minute it rains, you end up having wasted your time. Bro, look authentic is crazy, bro. This isn't. I don't know. Something like I don't know. Not something digital. To be fair, if you actually like contact them and say, look, I'm willing to do this, to do this for you. Is there like possibly like is there like a position for it, or I don't know, something of the sort, See if you can get some sort of compensation for it. I think that would be cool. And just let them know that you're willing to do that. Because I have a feeling it's very illegal otherwise. Commandant's baby, welcome on board. Thank you very much for the follow.
We are now approaching Stafford. Please mind the gap when leaving the train and step onto the platform before removing
Platform
heavy
3.
luggage and pushchairs.
For your own safety, you are reminded to stand behind the wheel.
Oh, okay, nice. Good. So I guess you kind of clear yourself a little bit from any wrongdoing if you're telling them that you're doing it and they're not responding. It's kind of on them at that point.
This is Stafford. Welcome aboard.
Service to crew. Calling at crew only. Platform 1 for the 1332 London Northwestern Railway service to London Euston. Calling at Rugeley Trent Valley. Lichfield
Interesting predicament. How are you going to come into the station? Where have you spawned from? There's a path for the NPCs, I guess, to leave and... Wait, what? To leave and enter the station that goes through here, but there's a fence. I'm assuming she's going to go the same way. It's a hell of a station, this. I don't like how low quality these are. You have to get right close to them. Huh. These didn't want to load for me the other day.
on this service, please join the train now, as it is ready to leave. Platform 1 for the 1332
Also,
London Northwestern Railway service to London Euston, which is ready to leave. The next train to arrive at platform 5 will be
you can
the
give it the right away
1333
notification.
cross-country service to Manchester Piccadilly, calling at Stafford, Stoke-on-Trent, Macclesfield.
So you can do
Stockport,
some
and Manchester
guarding, I
Piccadilly.
guess, if you want.
Platform 5 for the 13.
I don't know if the trains will actually, like,
cross-country
heed
service
to you,
Manchester
but
Piccadilly.
you can do it.
Platform 5 for the 1333 cross-country service to Manchester Piccadilly, calling at Stoke-on-Trent, Macclesfield, Stockport, and Manchester Piccadilly. For your own safety, you are reminded to stand.
Where's
behind the
that?
yellow
I don't see a cross-country service. Jesus Christ. Oh, hello. There it is. With its hazard lights on. Nice bug.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah, I'm still on a red.
Northwestern Railway service to Crewe. We'll be calling
Ew.
at Crewe.
Was that signal tied to the doors closing? Like back in TSW2 days?
Please familiarise yourself with the safety notices displayed throughout the train.
They don't respond, they don't take it down or take action. I guess that's what they're saying. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, that's how I would understand that, to be honest.
Speak to a member of staff.
Trying to jump with friends like it's Morocco.
1016 and we'll get it sorted. That's 1016. See it. Say it.
Got just under half an hour until crew. Full speed ahead. I wonder if I probably should have checked the track map, see if there was actually something we were catching up to. I guess we could now, innit? Thing is, it would have been long gone by now. And it could have split off here as well. Maybe I could take another look if we start seeing yellows again. Oh, maybe I'll do the 66 run in winter. And then you can see the snow. This route looks so good with a blanket of snow over it. Is that what they're actually doing there, Nabil? They're not learning from what's happening in New York. Yeah. Worth letting them know as well about September. That could give you a little foot up. Practically part of the team, innit? So it's not like you're a random person writing in. Can you see how the trees are loading in on the right? I mean, all the trees. To be fair, I've been able to like go quite a while without noticing it, but once you do start seeing it, it's very hard to unsee. Guess it helps that I'm streaming as well, so I'm also got my attention on you guys as well as the game. Maybe if my eyes were just on the game constantly, which was the case when I was writing my notes for my review, it ends up being a different story. So, as I alluded to just now, the plan is to do a 66 as our next run. If you want to see something else, please do let me know. If there's any aspects of the route you want to take a closer look, or the DLC itself, let me know as well. As much as giving you an early look at the content, I'm also aiming to help you decide whether it's worth your time, money, etc, etc. So I'm more than happy to help in any way with regards to that. I really wish we had a flyby cam like we do in Train Sim Classic. How in TSW 6 with 7 around the corner we don't have that yet is it's beyond me. No, I'm seeing like a mix of like green and yellow signals. I'm not really seeing like reds and then green, 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 green. So I wonder if it's just that's just the way the signaling works on here. get done by TPWS here. Considering we're due into crew at 2 p.m. Twelve and a half minutes from now. We may be here for a while. Or maybe not. Say no more. So I guess we're just gonna have a fairly early arrival. Very early arrival, to be honest, considering we went speeding. How long left? I'm not really timing this one. If we're talking about this specific run, it's about to end. If we're talking about the stream, I don't have any end time in mind.
We are now approaching Crewe, our final station. Thank you for travelling with London North Western Railway.
Hey, hello Hank, how you doing, mate?
With you. Please mind the gap when leaving the train and step onto the platform before removing heavy luggage and pushchairs.
Bit too early for you to be cooking dinner now, isn't it? Yeah, it will finish. It will finish whenever it'll finish in a bit. I don't have any time in mind. When I do start feeling like we're doing a run and I probably won't be streaming, like that will probably be the last one. I'll say it. But for now, I'm happy to continue. Ah, see, I caught you for lunch though, Hank. Maybe not dinner, but it's destiny for it to be food related. Back to the good old days. How far back are we talking though? Because I think I've had like a 3-hour stream schedule since back as far as 2023, if I remember correctly. So you're talking old good days. I do want to know a fun fact, Hank. Yes, please. Go ahead.
This is Crewe, our final station. Thank you for travelling with London North Western Railway. Please take all your belongings with you. Please mind the gap when leaving the train and step onto the platform before removing heavy luggage and pushchairs.
That's one of those services we could have actually like done. Like the whole thing started on West Coast Main Line South. I don't know how well the services line up with West Coast Main Line South. Is this run not going to end? I wanted to explore Crewe a little bit anyway, see what other trains we had here, but it's absolutely... It's very quiet. How cool would it be if you could just like fly to a collectible and do it? I like the weathering here. So is this an 807 or an 805? It's an 805. 350/3 off to Birmingham. I don't know why that's happened. Oh. And pitch. Oh, this is the freight like kind of like back pass, I guess. To not be I don't think it's used just for freight. I think it's other services as well that don't stop at Crewe. I've long closed the doors, by the way. Does it want me to do it via here? Old days of the prominent viewer. Yeah, no, those are very old days indeed. The old Eurostar trains have the ability to run on 750 volt third row, and the size of trains in the UK is smaller than Europe. This means the old Eurostar stock could fit in the Amsterdam metro tunnels. That would be a sight. A sight to behold. I'm very much missing God mode right now, yes. I might have to make an exception for God mode because I don't want to deal with this. Also, I can't fly past here, really. There's an invisible wall. The optimization on this route is pretty extreme. Looks kind of ugly. Look at the signs on the stations. Hello, Mr. Holy Trucker. How you doing, mate? The signs on the stations looked bad. Like, especially... What is going on? Wait. I can't fly here?
This is British Transport Police. If you notice something out of the ordinary, speak to a member of staff.
That was good timing.
1016. See it, say it, sorted.
I guess there are signs probably over here as well. But they looked really pixelated, and then you get close to them and they clear up. But I did do a scenario the other day where they didn't. And I just accepted that they don't clear up. But I've seen today that they do. And now I can't find any of them.
The train at platform 12 is the 1400 London North Western Railway service to Crewe. Calling at Crewe only. Will passengers intending to travel on this service please join
Like, this is okay.
as it is ready to leave. Platform 12 for
This
the
looks... This sucks.
1400 London North Western
I mean, you
Railway
can read it.
service to Crewe.
I've seen these that are, like, completely unreadable. Completely unreadable.
The next train to arrive at platform 11 will be the 1402 London North
So,
Western
I'm not quite sure what the
Railway service
situation is
to
with them.
Liverpool Lime Street. Calling at Crewe, Runcorn,
Where would that be
South
hopping to?
Parkway, Mossley Hill, and Liverpool Lime Street. Platform 11 for the 1402 London North Western Railway service to
Is this the font they use in reality? Well, it's not about giving up. It's about it being taken.
The next train to arrive at platform 1 terminates here. For your own safety, you are reminded to stand behind the yellow line.
Can hear something coming in. What about that video, Nabil? It's possible as well because there's a switch in Amsterdam connecting the subway to the main line. I'm surprised it's not one of those funky events that's been done already. There's an invisible wall here.
1402 London North Western Railway service to Liverpool Lime Street. Calling at Liverpool Lime Street. Only.
What run is this? I can report it. Why does it have 100k plus views? It was posted onto a website, like a games website, I think, if I remember correctly. Because I searched through like the analytics of it, but when I went to look for it, I couldn't find it. So it's on a website somewhere that's clearly quite popular, but I just can't find it. I found the website, but I couldn't find my video on it. €1, €1, one uniform 33.
The next train to arrive at platform 3 terminates here.
Okay, let's go to the 66 and some snow. Nice covering of snow. I didn't get any achievement in City Skyline 2. I managed to fix a part of traffic without using 10 lanes. Only 7. Wow. That's a new record. That's the smallest highway so far. 7 lanes. For a population of 20,000. We're getting there, Hank. We're getting there. I want to see how long these services are. 220. How long are the 220 services? 20 minutes. From cruise. Okay, that's not terrible, you know. These bad boys. Okay, ECS moves. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Jesus Christ, can someone explain to me why there's... What's PRM? PRM lights. Okay. Oh, it's actually a decent... Whoa. A decent running time. ECS moves again, but 40, 50 minutes? That's not terrible. What time actually do they take place at? Okay, so an early morning one. Then you got a mid-afternoon one. Interesting. The 158. Okay, another ECS move. Up to 14 minutes long. The Northern Raw. You can run the whole line. ECS move again. All of them are ECS moves, but you can spend quite some time with it. Fairly short runs with the 350/1, 350/2, up to 20 minutes. -3, up to 20 minutes. The ROG 37, couple ECS moves, although one of them being quite lengthy. And of course, the 66. I don't know why this one has its own one, the Manchester Airport Commuter 66. But I'm going to avoid it. And I will be using... I'm going to use the 1-1, I think. I don't know what you would typically see on this part of the West Coast Main Line. You know what, realistically, it would be DBS one probably in it. Although there is a DRS one hanging around. You know what? No, let's do this one. Oh, we can only do one service. I want to take something from... There's a lot of shunting. Whoa. 7 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 1 minute, 3 minute, one. Why can't these just be one service? You can't. I'm sorry, you can't do this and then say, oh, there's 40 services for the 66. They haven't said that, but however many services they've said, you can't do this and then claim a bigger number of services. That's a bit cheeky. Operate this GBRF freight service. That's interesting. Alright, I'm just gonna take this one. And then we'll do this one. Like it's a TikTok. Honestly. Let's do a early December run. Clear. Snow level, max that out. Cloud level, give us some tiny bit of wind as well. Why would I really want the streams to end after that one, Bill? Is the 66 really so bad? DSD on, AWS on, instrument lights on, daytime please. Didn't mean to apply. We are rolling, even though I mean, supply any power. It's not the longest formation in the world. Oh no, it could use passenger in it because we're running empty. So I think we are able to run. I heard something. What was it? Oh, a light loco. Light loco 66. Right, let's get cracking on then. What do you mean I tell you? It's you that's made the statement. I've got nothing to tell you, boss. No surprise we're getting wool slip. Good for you, honestly. Good for you. I find myself in a position where I feel like I wish I had that itch but I don't. And like, it's not by force, but I don't know, man. I feel like there's a part of me that should miss it. As poor as the snow kick up animation is in this game, that did look quite cool. Nice reverb. With the ATS stream. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. Remember when I said I was going to play The Crew 2? I really did intend to. And I actually, you know what? Thinking about it right now, I feel like playing it more than Motorfest. What do you mean all in? What did I say? It's because I feel like I understand the game more. I don't think I really understood it before. Like, I didn't really understand like the events and stuff like that. So I feel like I was playing in a weird way. And now I feel like I want to do it properly. Oh, streams and videos. Did I say I was going to do videos? Streams, yeah. I don't remember videos, though. I was just playing for vibes, but it was good vibes, man. And I was playing so that I could do cruise videos as well. It was a different time. A good time in its own way. That is funny. I got bored, man. I started just completing the races because you have 3 difficulty modes for all the races. So I just went. I started going back to all the events and trying to tick off all the difficulty modes, which I guess was a form of progression in a way. But it wasn't really productive when I could have just been doing the weekly events. On the Crew 2, Hank. Now that the Crew 1's being sort of carried by the community, I do want to dive into it. Because that should mean it's better than ever. And I'm pretty sure, like, they've managed to mod the vehicles and stuff like that. So I think it would actually be worth taking a look. Clutch is looking interesting. Clutch is looking very interesting. It's giving that Need for Speed vibes, and I find it cool that they're using actual real people in the game as well. Monaco looks like a great setting. The details look great. Like the map details look great. Like it looks like an old school Need for Speed, you know. And I really do hope they don't disappoint. It's going to be a long time before the game releases, but I really hope they don't disappoint, man. I feel like there's a certain niche of racing game fans that have yet to have their hunger satiated since the old school Need for Speed era. Oh yeah, I completely forgot. I mentioned the other day wanting to play Need for Speed The Run. I still need to get my hands on it. Well, I need to get my hands on it and then play it. Because I was also saying the same thing about Ratchet and Clank. And I've got myself Ratchet and Clank. But I haven't played it. And I feel like there was another game that was the same as well. Just not enough hours in a day, really. Either way, it was weird, Nabil. If it was fake, obviously that's weird. And it being carried out the way it was carried out is weird. Number one, 3 people. How the hell can you conduct a beta test with 3 people? Even one could debate how can you also get those people on board to beta test by winning a competition. That's also weird within itself, but the bigger issue, I think, is the fact that it was 3 people. And then, like you said, it lasted a week. And then it seemed like, from their post-second beta analysis, the game still had a lot of problems. Surprise, surprise, you were not going to find those problems with only 3 players. And then so soon, you're announcing a release date. It is really not looking promising. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. Why does this route look like the graphic settings are in medium to all ambassadors demos? I don't think it's got anything to do with it being a specific version given to ambassadors. This is what you're going to get tomorrow. It's more so, I would assume, that things have been done the way they have for performance. Like, there's obviously a very big focus at the moment in reducing blurry textures and just improving optimizations, and everything loading in very late, and signs that are not really of great quality, I think, are part of that. And I did say in my review, how far can you go making things worse for the sake of improving optimization? How far can you go making one area of the game bad to improve the other part of the game, before you make that so bad that it's not as bad as the issue, as like the issues we had before, if that makes sense. So now this experience is still bad, as bad as it was before, but just in a different way. Because I feel like this is heading, it's begun heading in that direction. And I know you can barely see it, but that does say 3840 by 2160. The thing is, even with all this going on, I am concerned about consoles still. Connor! Thank you very much for the raid, my man. Have I really been streaming for that long? Like, you were here earlier, you went off to start your own stream, you had your own stream and then finished it, and I'm still here. Feels like I haven't got a life. I hope you had a good one though. What did you play? Welcome Cardinians as well. Yeah, we'll fix some of them. Yeah, Nabil, bro, like I saw that and it just didn't fill me with confidence at all, man. I'm concerned. I feel like I'm going to buy it, try it out for a couple of hours, be disgusted by it, and then put it to a side, you know, for a long time. PC's getting punished because of consoles now. You know, I think it's a hot topic, but I think for this route, I agree, because there's optimizations have been made for the sake of consoles, and they are affecting PC. One could argue that it's also for lower end systems, but then on PC you have the ability to change your settings. On consoles you don't, so there has to be like a one size fits all. And so I do think that is a bit of a that is the case right now. Oh, thoughts are nice. Nice. So it's still popping off. The hype continues. Forza's a game where, I mean, it's gonna have hype until the next one comes out. Like Forza Horizon 5 was popular up until 6. If there's one thing that game has, it's longevity. Welcome back, Wombat. Glad Power's back. Talking of power back, we don't really get power cuts too much in the UK, but it has happened in the past, and I'd like a UPS. I would like a UPS. I don't know why those trains affect my performance as much as they do. Like if there's a train that's going to affect performance, you would think it's a 350.
I wonder how long we'll be stopping for at our stop location.
108 miles, Carter? Do you mean like for the price, or just in terms of the route length by itself? It's the longest UK route so far. Correct me if I'm wrong, anyone, but I think it's the second longest route in the game. I know Castle Würzburg is the longest route. I don't know if any of like the US freight ones are contenders for that. Yeah, no, route length by itself very good. It allows you to really do a high-speed service, because in all the other routes where we have high-speed service, like for example, you take something like Great Western Express. That's half an hour, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. It's not really, you don't feel like you've achieved much. You've gone fast for 20 minutes and then you stop. You haven't really done anything. You don't really feel like you've really gone anywhere. Here, between Crewe and Milton Keynes, you feel that you've gone to a completely different part of the UK. You know what? Passengers, holy trucker. Sorry, I didn't even respond to your message. Passengers was a thing I actually forgot to mention in my review. But yeah, it's very disappointing, the number of passengers. And it gets very awkward in one particular scenario where you do some dispatching, some like guard duties on the platforms. And you're checking before you signal for that the train can close its doors. You're checking the platform and stuff, and it just seems so ridiculous because there's like 3 people on the platform, 4 people that have gotten off the train. Yeah, but Mail Line has 0 dynamic passengers, and nobody said a thing, which to this day I still don't understand how people just ignored that. The fact that a route has come out with no passengers, that's insane to me, absolutely insane to me. But apparently everyone is fine with that, so I don't know how much I'm willing to hear out complaints about that particular thing on this route, because no one said anything about the Mail Line. So either we're gonna complain because of that reason alone, and it's something that bothers us, or we don't. I don't really understand picking and choosing a particular point, pointing something out on one route and not pointing it out on another. Oh yeah, no, the sheds. I commented on the sheds earlier. I think it's annoying that they're so empty. I don't know if like late night they fill up or what, but I've never seen them. Like at the Crewe sidings, I've never seen anything other than a 37 in that entire area. 37 that's always there. It doesn't seem like it has anything to do. And it does stand out. It does stand out. Yeah. I need to, as I say so often, like I need to like literally, this is gonna be grim. Dust off my headset. I'll pick it up for one gaming session every 6 months, and then I'll put it back down again. I do wonder when we are going to see that Mildmay line extension come to life. I feel like it's been close to completion for months. What's the performance like in VR on running train? I'd love to know what Johannes' his vision was when building the Mildmay line, even just the part that we have in the game right now. Because you go as high as you can and then just look around. It just goes on forever. Like you'll see miles away. I truly think he's actually modelled London. Like the guy's just modelled Soho City. DLSS maybe 10 FPS, maybe lose 10 FPS on flat screen. Okay. Do you run it when you're playing on a flat screen? Do you run it on max settings? I think we have quite a similar system, don't we? Because I'm able to run it completely maxed out. I think with the LSS. And I only dip to like the mid 50s, low to mid 50s, like twice in a run. like during one of the 40-minute services. DLSS performance or balance. NVR. Wait, I don't think I'm running DLSS actually. I was initially, but I don't think I am now. I think I'm actually just running it native. I'll have to check at some point. I had a really weird experience with that game. So initially, I had to have DLSS on performance to get 60 FPS, and that Lumen nanite setting, like the one before max. And without DLSS being on performance, like if I was playing on native, I was getting 30 FPS. And then all of a sudden, I just started pushing the settings up until I maxed the game out. So I don't know how I was getting 30 FPS at any point, unless it was one of the updates that did something magic to the performance. Look at my palm to tell you if I have an M on your palm, on my palms. I don't have an M, no. Are you gonna try and like read my palms? Actually, I do have an M. It's not like an actual M though, but it's close. Yes. The M that's not really an M, but it looks a little bit like an M. Could mean two things: you are God's chosen, or you are 144,000. Or I am 144,000. What do you mean I'm 144,000? The 144,000 of God people that go to the tribulation. And what's your source for this information? The Bible says they are sealed and marked. So the Bible says they are sealed and marked with an M on their right hand. That is unknown so far. So have you said that because I've got an M in my hands, that's what it could mean? Why not if I had a spot on my forehead or a birthmark on my elbow, or my legs were of different lengths? Can I ask that there are many times you've been saved? Protected shouldn't be here now. Absolutely. I'm well aware. Oh, you're asking, are there many times? Yes. I think this is going to be the last one because I need to be ready for work. Get ready for work. And I think it's been a decent stream. We've seen 3 different services and a good look at the route in different conditions. Most Christians I know have the M, some have on both hands. Right, but you shouldn't just decide that it means a particular thing, especially when it's something biblical. if the Bible itself hasn't explicitly said that's what it means, then you shouldn't go around as a Christian saying this is what it means. Otherwise, you're playing the exact opposite role. I do wonder what this stop is going to consist of, or whether it's just a thing to help the dispatcher. Why is the loco wobbling so much? Could be waiting for someone for a train to join from this line. Why does it always seem like there's never a train behind mine? No matter what route I do. What was the point in that? Why not just tell me to wait until 18 past in the first place? I'm gonna use this opportunity to go to the bathroom. Have one last little sip.
What are your opinions?
On the route from what you guys have seen so far? Nobody? Machiavelli! How you doing, my man? It's going alright, you know, it's going alright. Pretty quiet at the moment, but yeah, overall it's pretty good. It's quite a long one compared to the usual ones. Which I think, considering there won't be as many streams going forward, will probably be the direction like I'd go down. Well, I don't know. I think like the streams from now on would just be, I just go off by feeling, I guess. If I'm happy to sort of have a long stream, then I'll do so. So they could be longer, they could be shorter. Bit sleepy. Busy weekend. Sorting out all the audio stuff. Yes. Nice. Very, very nice. What are your go-to games? What are you playing right now? Got 007 last night just to play it for the story. Nice. How's it been so far? Never really been a big James Bond guy, I'll be honest, but I've learned to, in recent years, I've learned to keep my, what's the word? I've learned not to write anything off, basically. Like, I've got a bunch of really weird, well, having not played them yet, really weird games that I've been sent keys for, that I do want to play and maybe make a video or two on them. Games that I would never pick up myself, and, you know, once upon a time would never say, yeah, this is something I'll be into. But I've surprised myself in recent years. I've really surprised myself, so I'm more or less open to anything. So I think it would be cool to play the 007 game at some point. But I'm not fussed about getting it like now with all the hype. You're playing Work Simulator right now, Hank. I'll be playing that this evening. It's more realistic than a VR headset could ever give. You know, more realism than a VR headset could ever give you. Those on Forza and other random games. Yeah, I mean, from the very, very, very few videos I've watched on it, you can tell that it's got some Hitman DNA. And I'll be honest, this might be a bit criminal, but Hitman's another one, man. I've never played a Hitman game. I've never ever played a Hitman game. That's another one on my list to enjoy. I think I'll really enjoy those games because they take some thinking, and I love my mind being stimulated that way. So yeah, I'll probably be playing those games like a nerd, like, you know, properly trying to, you know, one, for the thrill, and I think two, to just get my mind going. There are a lot of titles over the years that were like big titles I just never played. I was always very rigid. I was literally thinking like 20 minutes ago, there wasn't much going on. I was just thinking to myself, and I thought back to Driver Parallel Lines on PS2, and I loved that game. And I was watching I think this is what triggered the thought as well. I was watching a video a couple of weeks ago about Driver San Francisco, the one on PS3, and then the guy briefly spoke about Parallel Lines, and I was like, oh my god, this game just got erased from my memory. Like I just completely forgot about it. And I played so much of it on the PS2, so much of it. And in that game, you start off, I think, in the 70s or 80s, and then the second half of it is like more modern day. I say modern day, you know, for that era. And I only ever saw that part of the game briefly, very, very, very briefly. Like I only managed to get that far. Like I just about managed to get that far, basically, in my time with the PS2. And I think to myself, like, why? Like, was it me just being a bit of an idiot when as a kid? And I realized, no, it's because all I used to do is drive around. Like any game that allowed me to drive around in any capacity, that's all I would do. I would just neglect the missions. Like I had no interest in shooting and like action and like that movie kind of style of play. I just wanted to drive cars, drive buses, drive trucks. And I was thinking about, do I go back to that and like actually try and finish the game and try and see what I don't even remember what the story was about. I have no memory of what that story was about. So I'm thinking of like, because I've got a PS2 emulator installed, and so I was thinking about going back onto it. But yeah, that was just my life growing up. Like, if it wasn't about racing, or if it wasn't a FIFA title, I had zero interest in it. Absolutely zero interest. Like I never completed GTA San Andreas on PS2. I completed it on PC. Because when I had it on PS2, all I used to do was just drive around. I just didn't care for the story. I don't think I ever saw San Fierro or Las Venturas because I just didn't do the story at all. Like the story mode was optional. In all the games I played, driving was the main thing for me. Which I do regret a little bit looking back, but I was happy. Like it was cars and driving that made me happy. So kind of regret it, kind of don't. What's not really a story game? Hitman? Yeah, Hitman is just missions, isn't it? Like different missions. But then that is kind of like the story, that you're living the Hitman and you're doing these different missions. But I do get what you mean. It's not a story in terms of like GTA, for example. Or I guess 007, as you said. See, that's the other thing. So I only had PS2. I don't think Live for Speed was on consoles, right? That was like a PC specific title. And I didn't even know about that, even jumping onto PC gaming, getting a wheel, until there was a friend I had in uni who had the MX-5, and sometimes he would just take me to go drifting around. There used to be there was like a roundabout at the end of where our uni was. There's like a road, like a quiet road, and then it goes to a big roundabout, and then that connects you to like a dual carriageway, and then takes you away from the area. So he would just go to the roundabout and just start doing donuts around it. And then when I asked him like where he learned, like where did he learn it, because I wanted to learn it, and he said Live for Speed, and I was like, oh snap, you're a PC guy, you're a PC gamer as well. But yeah, I didn't know about that game. And then so obviously, but by then that was like that would have been 2017, like 2016, 2017. By then, Live for Speed was quite outdated. Like it's only received like a huge overhaul like in the last couple of years. But back then it was really outdated. So it didn't really like appeal to me. I kind of like missed the era for it, if I can put it that way. The game is so better than some. Well, that's the thing. Like, bro learned how to drift a real life car, and like there was no. When he would do it, there's no like nervousness. There's no like hesitation. Like the guy knows what he's doing. And a set of courses taught me drifting is not as easy as Forza makes it out to be. I could drive with my penis on you know, controlling the wheel on Forza. I learned a very hard lesson very quickly when I tried to do the same on a Assetto Corsa. So I know it's not a simple thing. But yeah, man, I don't know. Like I can't get my hands on Live for Speed now and have the same great time that I would have had like years and years ago. Yeah, that's it, man. That's it. And there are people that play with Will, and it can be fun with the Will. I'm sure it can be fun with the Will, but if you're gonna try and do it for the sake of realism, then I think you've missed the mark a little bit. I couldn't do Forza Horizon 5 with a Will. I tried. I just couldn't. Another game I want to get my hands on, which I did complete, but this is when I was a bit older, was Hot Pursuit, Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. I'm just hoping that it's a game that's still fairly popular. I think I checked last week on SteamDB, and it had 400 players playing at the time, which I think would make for somewhat active multiplayer. But I just want to play that again, like just for the feeling. No other racing game gave me like the adrenaline sort of feeling like Hot Pursuit did. The sounds, the turbo thing, it was just such drama, but like it felt so alive. And then in Need for Speed that I want to play that I didn't play, that I never got to play, was The Run. Apparently Rivals was good as well. I managed to pirate that when I first started PC gaming, but the PC I had was just not made for it. Let's put it that way. Another game I never got to complete, which I tried on PC like 10 years ago, and I still didn't complete it, was Simpsons Hit and Run. Like there are certain games I want to finish just because I never got to at the time that I was playing them. Like I just need to close the cover on those books, you know. You know what? If they remake Underground, I might then have an excuse to play it. As it stands, I can't. Most Wanted, talking of Underground, Most Wanted, I never completed Most Wanted. I don't know how many hours I put into that. I never completed it. For someone who only played racing games, I don't think I was gonna say I was quite trash, but I don't think I was. I was actually good. It was just the fact that I didn't understand how games worked. Like I was very, very, very simple-minded. If I just happened to stumble across a race, I would do it. Like I didn't know you could choose races from like the menu. Bro, I would just drive around, and if I encountered like an event, then I would just join it. So it would take me so long to like get through the blacklist, and I don't think I ever made it past like 11th. Like I didn't really get anywhere. So that's one I feel like I need to do. And I shouldn't wait for a remake. I need to do it as it, in its original form, if you will. Same. Same. And I never finished it. It's ridiculous. I remember really struggling with like the drag racing events there. Those I struggled with. They would take me like 4 or 5 times before I passed. Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition Remix. That had a story, right? It did have a story. I don't think I ever completed the game on PS2. I remember I had Harry Potter. There was a Harry Potter. I don't even like Harry Potter. I don't even know why I got it. Was it my dad that bought it for me? I've got no idea. But I had Harry Potter. Never finished. I just never finished any games. Oh, Fear. Man, it took me so long to hop on PS3. By the time I did, Fear was like outdated. I was not one of those kids that just got things when I asked. It took me years to get the PS3. Oh my lord. I keep asking and asking and asking and asking and asking and asking and asking. I missed out on Fear. I missed out on Drive Club. Don't know how much I would have enjoyed that though. Oh no, so wait, Drive Club was PS4. No, sorry, no, Drive Club was PS4. Missed out on it regardless, but not for the same reason. One of my biggest gaming regrets, aside from Underground, but I didn't really have too much control over that one. Maybe I did, I don't know. But not playing GTA 4. Even though I wouldn't have played it, you know, the year it released, I still could have played it in that era, and I didn't. Well, I didn't have a TV for it. Like, you really needed HD. And I didn't have a HD TV. And my friend at the time borrowed me his one. He had Battles of Gay Tony and he borrowed it to me. And the resolution on my TV was so bad that when I was driving at night, all I could see was headlights and tail lights. I couldn't see anything else. And even during the day, you know, the whole aesthetic of GTA 4 is like really dreary and grey. Even in the day, I couldn't really see much. So I just ended up giving it back to him like the next day. Poverty sucked. I mean, I had more than most, I guess, but at the same time, played Manhunt. I don't think I've ever even heard of Manhunt. I'm concerned I'm going to SPAD. I'm on the brakes pretty hard. We're not wheel slipping. We are also approaching the red quite quickly. Is that a yellow now? Still a red. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. I'll let off the brakes a little bit. We are good. Just about though. I had to find a thin line between braking hard enough and not wheel slipping. Because if we were wheel slipping, it would have been cooked. Would have just sailed right past. As soon as I learned building PCs, I was off the rails of games. It really is like stepping into a new world. Vice City, I didn't really spend much time on Vice City. San Andreas was my first proper PC. I did have some experience with Vice City from friends' PlayStations. Well, one friend's PlayStation, and some internet cafes in Morocco. But it never really appealed to me like that. In all honesty, man, never really appealed to me. But I did play it on mobile a couple of years ago, I think. I think I finished it. I'm pretty sure I finished it. I don't remember what happened at all in that game, though. It's a butcher game banned in most countries. Wow. It still didn't make me a serial killer. Parents were wrong back in the day. Oh, man. It really hurt. Like, I really love San Andreas. It was my favorite game. And, I had borrowed it to the same friend that I played Vice City at his. I borrowed it to him. He really wanted it. And I didn't want to give it to him, man. But I was like, you know what? Take it. Man, at the weekend, I think, after I gave it to him, I think his mum must have walked in on him, like, killing a prostitute. And then his mum told my mum, bro, a game I've had for years, you know, with no problem, with no hassle. And then his mum told my mum, and then my mum banned me from playing it. And she tried to hide the disc away from me, and I found it. And I thought, you know what? Let me be an honest man. Honest man. I was a kid. I was like, you know, let me be an honest little boy. And say, hey, look. Tried to hide it, but I found it. And I didn't abuse that. You know, here you go. So, you know. I found it and I was honest about it. She was like, nah. Okay, I demand you to slow down, Train. Goodness me. Like we've got a lot of wagons, but we are also quite light because they're empty. So why is it that when I'm holding the brakes, going at 15 miles per hour, you're still speeding up? You know, I'll be honest, yeah. I had the Sims, Sims 2. I always used to just try and make them kiss, man. And then my dad caught me one time. I don't remember what excuse I used, but I did get away with it. That was another game I really enjoyed, though. And then I kind of just like stopped playing it and just never, ever, ever looked back. Sidings are so empty across the whole route. The most I've seen is 3 sets of wagon formations and a 66 or 2 66s in one like gathering. That's it. I haven't seen more than that. All of a sudden the brakes actually work now. Well, they don't need to. They don't need to make a new Sims. Do you know how much all the DLCs are worth for 4? It's like a ridiculous amount. I mean, yeah, that's EA's like second like hustle. If it's not releasing a new game every year, then it's off DLCs and microtransactions. Yeah, but I mean, it's a Sims, you know? What was that game that came out last year, or was it the year before? That was basically like a modern day Sims, if you will. Like, how popular was that? Did that like really blow? Is it? I mean, it was popular. It was popular then. Is it still popular now? I honestly think like part of the charm of Sims is that clanky, not even clanky, but I don't know, that old school kind of aesthetic. Yeah, I never played it either, but like it was doing the rounds for a while. All right. I think it's a good place to call it. I've enjoyed the little session, clearly. I hope you guys have as well. I hope it's actually been informative and helping you decide whether this is worth it or not for you. Tomorrow is obviously release day. Am I going to be streaming it tomorrow? I don't think my shift tomorrow will allow me to. I got like a 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. basically. Bit of a nasty one. Like I could maybe do a couple hours in the morning, have to see, but it's unlikely if I'm being honest. But join the Discord anyway, and if I do, you'll know. ! Discord in chat. I am stopping it. It has been coming up to 5 hours. you'll have to catch me up next time on what you cooked today. Thank you, Machiavelli. You too, my man. And yeah, I wish everyone else a good one as well. Thank you very much for tuning in. I appreciate you all being here. I'll catch you on the next one, whenever that will be. Also, do consider checking out my review on this route. That's on YouTube right now in video form. And I'll see you guys whenever I see you. Till the next one, take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Stay safe. Health is wealth. And until the next one, peace out.